Hey everybody, Lenny Ghoul here. This morning we're going to be playing some Diablo 2 Resurrected, and we're going to do day 2 of the classic build. It's not classic in name only, not classic mode, but the classic Diablo 2 summoner style. As a way to just kind of I've played this for years. I wanted to make a little YouTube series about it. There's a millions of them out there, but I might as well add to it. And maybe, you guys will get an insight from somebody different playing it, as opposed to some dude who's got like a jillion high runes and plays the game at like 400 billion miles an hour and like does everything at Mach speed with all the awesome gear and just is like, rah, this is how to play it. And then people who haven't played it or who are new to it are like, okay, how am I supposed to do that? So this is more of a, I don't know, it's more of a casual playthrough. I've played this game for literally ever, as long as I can possibly remember. I've got thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours into it. So like, it's not like I'm gonna, it's not like I'm not capable of doing all the crazy things. But those things take a lot longer than a lot of people think. And if you just watch, a couple of streamers or something, you think that everybody that high runes rain from the heavens and everybody always has all the great gear, when the reality is there's thousands of runs being spent farming each of these things. And occasionally good drops happen, and I mean they happen a lot, but the really really crazy drops don't happen. Like like getting an enigma on a character isn't something anybody should expect, but yet every single build guide that you see, what armor does most of the characters have? Oh, they have an enigma. Okay, so that's unrealistic. I'm not trying to do a guide, but I'm just here to kind of play through the game like a normal player a little more than I don't know. I guess I'm not a normal player, but I'm not like super insane. So whatever. But what we're doing is we're playing it on single player, and we're playing it with players 8. And we're doing that because single player, we can adjust the difficulty of the game to suit our needs based on what we need to do, right? If something's a little too hard, we can scale it back a little. And if it's easy and we're doing it okay, then we're going to make it as hard as we can, because the increased difficulty gives you better drops and more experience. And so when you're simulating being in a game with 8 players, if you can handle it, there's no reason not to, right? Because you get more experience, which means you level up faster, and you get more loot, which usually means better loot. Not always, but higher chances of getting some cool shit. Anyway, so that's what we're going to be doing. And we probably have some things that we'll mule over occasionally that aren't crazy insane, but they're reasonable things that maybe will save us time, so we don't have to farm them up and spend 20 hours farming some stupid shit or whatever. Like, we'll see. I don't even know what I have on my mules. Like, I might have stuff. I who knows. But anyway, let's get into it. That's the whole point of doing this. So this is day 2. Day 1 we cleared Act 1, and now we're in Act 2. And we just picked up where we left off. We picked up Wahid. We put a bunch of stuff in a weapon for him. He's kicking some ass. We've been playing on players 8, so our levels are a little higher than if you were to play on BattleNet or something, where you can only play, with the people you find or just by yourself. So our levels are going to be higher for the areas that we're doing. I have some runes set up. Oh, I did do something offline. We shopped up a teleport staff. I wasn't going to do it. I tried to do it a little bit while we were playing last time, but it was like, it was going to take way too long, and I didn't want to sit there and spend like just hours and hours streaming doing nothing but shopping a fucking staff. But that staff at level 25 will be very helpful for us. And then I also have something I noticed in the stash. We're probably going to be using this halberd. As soon as we hit 20, is it 27, I think? We're going to give this halberd to him, and that'll be our first insight weapon. Insight is a good rune word that's very easy to attain, and it's Real Tel Tirsal, or Tirsol, and it creates a very good weapon for early game. It'll probably carry us all the way through hell, but we might switch out to like a better version along our journey. But it's the earlier you can give your mercenary something like that, the better it is. It's gonna give us healing, and it's gonna give us mana regeneration, and it's gonna give him a lot more damage. And it'll just help the whole situation. So anyway, that's where we are. I don't remember what quest we're on. It's been a couple days. Radamant. Oh, okay. Well, we didn't even do anything. All right. So first quest is to go in the sewer and kill Radamant. And we obtain the quest from Atma. Yeah, from Atma. So when you first get into Act 2, we already did it, but you'll talk to her. She'll give you the quest. You go down, you kill into the sewers. You kill Radamant, and you get a book that gives you a skill point and a scroll that talks about the Roderick Cube, which then starts the quest for the cube. So, and we did not finish that. Okay, yeah, right, good. Okay. I think it looks like we took heal. Did we take heal? Yeah, we took prayer. Okay. Right. For our merc. We have a prayer merc. That's going to give our merc and us and our skeletons some healing. Just to keep them topped off. And also to review, we have 5 points in the clay golem. We will respec later if necessary, but for now there's no reason not to have the 5 points in the clay golem. What that's actually going to do is, because we're not playing players 1, we're going to try to kill the act bosses on players 8, or maybe have to scale them down to a little lower if they get too tough. But the point is, we're not playing on players 1, and so one of the tricks to killing the act bosses is to use the clay golem and to cast Iron Maiden on the act bosses, and then that makes them do damage when they hit things, and then they hit the clay golem and they hurt themselves. And the clay golem is very robust, but at players 8 he's not that robust, so we're putting 5 points into him so that he will be a lot more robust than usual, and he should be able to handle the issue. And if not, well, we'll just, res him a bunch of times and we'll deal with it at that point. But I don't have a problem putting 5 points into him. And if later on we need those points for something else, we can easily respec, because the game gives you 1 free respec for every difficulty level that you've achieved, and you get it from doing the Den of Evil, the very first quest in each difficulty. So we earned our very first respec the very moment that we finish the first quest in the game. So if we need to, we can just respec our skills and reallocate those 5 points somewhere else. But I don't envisioning me doing that anytime soon, because we're gonna have leftover points anyway on this build. I'm not focusing a lot on corpse explosion. In fact, I don't even think I put any points into it yet. I'm trying to hold off on using it as much as possible because it's a crutch, but every single build uses it as a Necromancer, and unfortunately that just means that every single build is a corpse explosion build. And instead of doing that, I'd like to just not use it if I can get away with it, so I can celebrate not being a corpse explosion build. It's one of the flaws of the game that I really wish over time they would actually either remove or severely nerf, and they never did. And I don't anticipate them ever doing that because the backlash would be insane. But you know what? A lot of people would respect it. Just because a lot of people wouldn't like it doesn't mean it wasn't the right thing to do. But considering how completely busted some of the newer characters they came out with are, and they haven't fixed those, I seriously doubt they're going to do anything to nerf anything anytime soon. That assassin is so completely busted now. It is like 10,000 times more powerful than any other class in the entire game. And that's not even an exaggeration. It's just totally insane. And that's unfortunate, of course. But, you know, this is what happens when Blizzard buys out the company that remade the game for them and then takes control over everything. Well, they fuck it up. That's what they do. Blizzard's really good at fucking things up. They haven't fucked this game up too bad yet, so... You know. And luckily, I think it's because they fucked Diablo 4 up so bad that they just have all hands on deck trying to fix that. And they're just not even worried about Diablo 2 Resurrected, which is fine by me because, you know, let's not screw it up anymore. The way I'm seeing it. Hey, Grammy, what's going on? Sleepy Taco. What's going, brother? I was not here yesterday. I was sick as a motherfucker. I'm feeling better this morning. And I figured, well, let's go ahead and stream while I'm feeling good in case I don't feel better later. Get it, you know. Get it while the getting's good, right? Oh, was there? Cool. Well, there you go. I assume everything went well. They got stuck here in this little hallway. That was weird. Good morning, Tiff. How you doing? Not bad. Right on. I wasn't sure if I was gonna make it this morning, but I ate some food and was able to keep it down, and well, I'm feeling okay. So I'm like, why not? But if I have to run, if for some reason I'm like, okay, hold on, guys, and like I disappear, well, you know why. Just you're on alert. So should be fine. Shouldn't be an issue. But you never know. I don't want to say like everything's fine and then like all of a sudden it not being fine. So anywho. So now we have the Herodic scroll, and then if I bothered to let him finish talking, he would say that we need to go find the Herodic cube, which is somewhere in the dry cellar, I think, or something. Where is it? The dry hills. The halls of the dead under the dry hills. Yeah. And let me see. Is there anything else we need? I think we're good until Decrepify. But I don't even need Decrepify until later, so we're gonna hold off on it. I'm still not taking CE yet. Although in the maggot layer, that might be an issue, not having CE. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. It's a real pain in the ass area. I'm sure we'll be okay. Anyway. And what level are we now? We're still 20. We have stealth runeward armor for us. Oh, I did mule over. I had Saigon's shield, but I muled over Saigon's wrap, and I did this because, it's a 4-socketed belt. It's a belt that gives us 4 rows. That is the lowest requirement belt that you can do that with. It's a very, very common drop as far as rare items are concerned. And I had it on one of my mules, and I'm like, oh yeah, let's do that. Make life a little easier. Just for full disclosure purposes. It'll keep us from having to run back to town and buy mana pots all fucking day long. Because you kind of have mana issues for a while until you get everything all sorted. That'll keep us from having to go back to the store all the time. Alright. This is actually not the place, but this is a good place to remember because in Hell mode, you can farm this area for good shit. It's a very easy to find place, and it's the first level 86 area in Act 2. It's the first area in Act 2 Hell mode that can drop everything in the game. So when you go into Hell mode, you want to make sure you farm the Stony Tomb. If you can. And one of the really things I like about playing Summon Necromancers, by the way, and outside of just, you know, you're raising the undead and they're fighting for you, is that unlike most other builds, you can farm anywhere in the game. A lot of the different types of character classes are focused on an element. So, or two elements, or, you know, some kind of like special type of damage. And because of that, it makes it harder to farm the different places in Hell mode because most of the people in Hell mode are immune to different types of damage. But as a Necromancer, we do physical damage mostly. And you say, well, what about all the physical immunes? Well, amplify damage actually breaks physical immunity, which is one of the beauties of this curse, which is probably, I think the curse is probably also one of the really major overpowered things in the game. But it's always been there. Yeah, so you don't even need the charm, the little Sunder charms that are supposed to break immunities. Like, you don't need that shit because with the Summon Necromancer, because anything that has physical damage, you don't have to worry about it being immune to you because you have this curse. And since every monster in the game is immune to some form of damage, and you can break that damage, it's just not a problem. It just ends up being a really versatile class. And so instead of making like a Blizzard source or a sorceress and then just going to like one place and like farming, you know, like when you make things like that, you have select spots that you can farm because you don't want to farm the places that have they're all cold immune or whatever until you get like your Sunder charms, right? Which are really hard to find until later on. Well, I mean, you can only find them in Hell mode, right? So, and you can only find them after you beat Hell mode. So those characters, if they want to farm areas of the game for cool loot, they can only farm certain spots because, you know, a lot of spots are immune to their things, whether it be fire or cold or damage or even magic damage or even physical damage in many cases. Which is why the Summoner Druid is not nearly as good as the Summoner Necromancer. Although the changes they made to the Summoner Druid are phenomenally better than they used to be. The weakness of the Summoner Druid is that he's going to suck until your mercenary gets Reaper's Toll, a very specific, hard to find scythe. And so, because that has a curse on it, Decrepify, and that has a little bit of immunity, of physical damage immunity. It'll break physical damage immunity as well, basically. But the mercenary has to use it. So you have to wait for the mercenary to to curse everything, and then you can't curse things. Well, actually, you can't curse things anyway as a summon druid, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, you have to wait for him to curse the things, and then when he does, then your summons as a summoner druid can actually hurt physical damage things. But since ours comes from a curse that we get at level 1, if we want to, it's available right in the beginning. It just makes this character the most diverse character in the game. You can just farm anywhere. And the other really, really cool part, since we're bringing that up, about the Summoner Necromancer, is that if you really, really, what am I trying to say? It's the most accessible character in the game, I think, because all of the most important skills of this character you can get by level 6, which is amplify damage, corpse explosion, unfortunately, and clay golem. I would digress and say 12, because the golem mastery helps a lot, and you do want Iron Maiden for the bosses. So okay, let's say level 12. Your character's done by level 12. Like, you, as far as picking anything that you really need in the game, you get everything you need by level 12. And then all you do from them is just start just adding points to those things. You don't need any of this shit. Summon resist is nice, but it's not necessary. It does help. And then revives are really nice too, but they're not necessary. The point is, with just the core level 12 stuff, you're done, and then from that point on, it's up to you to decide how you want to tailor your character for your own experience when it comes to the Summon Necromancer. And so not only are you done at very low levels with your skills, with selecting, with trying to figure out what your skills are going to be and things like that, your skill selection is all very low, which means, again, finding wands and things that would help you is really easy, because all that stuff's really low level, and because those are some of the most powerful skills for the character, and they're so diverse because they break immunities and things. It's amazing. I don't know. It's just one of the best classes in the game. And a lot of people either love or hate the Necromancer. It's always been that way. And people love to hate it, but they love to hate the Paladin more, so. Because that thing is broken as hell. See, the Necromancer isn't broken. The Necromancer's actually... the corpse explosion's kind of broken, but the Necromancer's not broken. It's just really good. Because the way that it works, it doesn't matter what you do, because your summons are doing all of your things, right? And that's another really cool part about being a Necromancer, is you don't need your gear to do a lot of the heavy lifting. The only gear you're looking for, really, is gear that has plus skill on it, and then all characters will benefit from having resists. So you want plus skills and resist, and that's it. You don't need a lot of crazy stuff. You don't need crazy weapons. You don't need crazy armors and shields and crazy things like that, because all of your damage either comes from these guys or from corpse explosion. And then, so it's a really, really easy playable character that can do everything. Is it great at everything? No, but it's really good at everything, and you can play the entire game with it, and that's why I love it so much. There are a lot of things in the game that will kill things a lot faster than the Necromancer, but they won't be able to kill all of the things that the Necromancer can kill. Like, the Necromancer can go anywhere and do anything and not have a problem with it. Whereas other things are way more specialized. So they can kill things a lot faster than the Necro can, and they can farm specific areas a lot faster. But what they can't do is go everywhere. So when I do runs, once I get, to hell mode or whatever, and I start farming things, or wherever sometimes I start farming in Nightmare a lot too, depending on what I'm looking for. When I start farming things or looking for things in the Necromancer, what I usually do is just do full playthroughs, because, like, the full map. Because there's no reason not to. Just hit all of the areas. Most characters, when they farm an area, they'll be like, oh, we're going to farm this monster, or we're going to farm this monster, we're going to farm this area. Because that's really the only place they can do shit. And instead of doing that, it's more advantageous to just make one game and just hit all of the areas in the same game. And the reason also is because you have to summon your guys every time. So it would suck to make a game and then go in and summon all your dudes and then go kill Mephisto in like 35 seconds and then make a new game and then go kill Mephisto again, because you have to summon all your guys again and then you have to go kill Mephisto again. Whereas a lot of the, like, if you're going to do Mephisto runs, I'm just throwing it out there as an example, with like a Blizzard Sork or something, you just make a new game, teleport to Mephisto, kill him in like 14 seconds, and then leave, and then do it again, and every 14 seconds you're killing Mephisto, right? You can see where it's a lot faster. But it's just a different playstyle with the Necro. So you don't do that shit. You make a new game. You find a nice, like, usually right in the Bloodmoor or the Cold Plains, kill a couple of monsters, get your skeletons up, and then you start with like maybe Andariel, or maybe you want to do some of the specific maps like the Pit or whatever. But even if you want to just boss farm, you just Andariel, then you go to Mephisto. Although I would go to Trav. So Andariel, Trav, Mephisto, Diablo, and then Shank and Eldritch, and then Bale, and and Pindle, obviously, because Pindle's right there. But yeah, you could just do that, right? And you could keep doing that over and over if you just want to hit bosses. Or you can just go hit all of the little maps along the way and just make a whole like thing out of it, which is what I prefer to do. That way I don't get bored, because I don't like doing the things over and over and over again at the same thing. It gets really boring. So if I'm firing up a new map and then running through the entire, like, all of the places, then I'm only doing that maybe a couple of times per game session, but I'm hitting a lot of places. And it doesn't feel as redundant. Bring in the tacos, Grammy. Nice. Balls of the Dead level 3. Oh, we are at level 3. Okay. Sweet. So the cube is in here somewhere. I think there's a waypoint at level 2, but I don't even care, because I'm not coming back here ever again. Once you get the cube, there's no reason to come back. You don't ever need another one. Well, you don't need... With this character, you don't ever have to find the cube again. It's a one and done situation. So it's an unnecessary waypoint. Gonna go find the damn thing. Alright, we might have to fight some of these monsters a little bit. I've been kind of running past them. It does feel weird not using CE, but I'm enjoying it too. It's just something different. It's just that when I get into one of those little clutch situations where I'm like, oh, I need to CE and I can't, and I'm like, oh man, now I feel bad a little bit, but it's okay. It's kind of worth it not to fucking like just spam it all the time. I don't know, it's a personal thing. And I know people are like, who cares? Yeah, exactly. But it's all about fun, and it takes the fun away from me if I can just spam CE all day long. So that's why I don't do it. This game is so much damn better than Diablo's 4. It is. Do you have Resurrected, Grimmy? It'll probably run on your potato. And this is playing in, you don't even need the internet. I'm playing this offline right now. I mean, I need it to stream, obviously, but I'm playing in offline mode. That works. I'll allow it. Alright, so we got our cube. And, I don't want to cube up all the gems. We want to keep a couple of chips if we don't have any of a particular type. Because chip gems are used to convert runes into bigger runes, but you do want to gem up as many of these as you can. As soon as you can, because first of all, they give you more space, and second of all, once you get perfect gems, you can use them to re-roll charms and get plus skill charms if you're lucky. I actually have one right here. We're going to use it 42. And the best place to farm charms that can re-roll the plus skills, because they have to be a certain level in order to do it, is in Nightmare Lower Karast. A lot of people do not know that. That is the minimum level area that you need to get plus skills on large charms. And the reason why you want to go for the minimum level is because anything above, like any level above that, is going to give me more mods, possibilities to roll on my charm when I re-roll it. And I don't want that, because that gives me a lower chance to get the one I want, because I'm target farming a specific thing, right? If I want plus skill charms, then using charms that are high enough to not only get plus skills, but maybe get other mods that I don't necessarily want, is counterproductive, because then all of a sudden I'm adding more shit into the pool of mods when I'm trying to target farm re-rolling a wand, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense to people, but I know it makes sense to me. But when items drop, they have different modifications on them based on the levels of the items. And when you roll them, it's the same thing. The items have a level that's not listed. It's not the level, the required level. It's an item level. And it's a hidden level. And it's based off of the monster level of the area that you're farming. So if you know what the monster level of the area is, we don't want to do that because we want to save some of these chippies. So if we know what the monster level of the area is, then we know what mods we're going to hit, and that's the best chance of getting the ones we want and not getting a bunch of ones that we don't want. And so yeah, what did I say it was? Lower Karast. Nightmare. But anything in Act 3, really, Nightmare will do it. But you have to get to at least Lower Karast. And then anything from them, from between there and like Mephisto, basically. Now Mephisto is actually going to be a lot higher level than you want. If you do get large charms from him and you re-roll them, you're going to actually run into the issue of getting more mods than you want that are higher level from him specifically, but all of the areas around him should be okay, because he's a much higher level monster. So we're gonna roll these two. See, I'm saving like one chipped emerald and one chipped ruby, and I'm trying to cube the rest of them up. Basically 3 of any gem turns it into the next higher until you hit perfect. Alright, anyway. That should work. And that frees us up a little bit. Oh, we got more. Oh, shit. Oh, there we go. I knew we could make this work. And then I put them all in my shared stash over here so that all my characters can use them. And I do the same with all my runes. Alright, anyway. Let's get back to business. So we got the cube, but now we need to go find the the Staff of Kings. I think that's what it's called. And the Staff of Kings is the maggot layer, the Viper amulet, and the shaft is in the Far Oasis and the maggot layer. So anyway, and it's kind of like an Indiana Jones thing. You remember Indiana Jones where he puts like the headpiece on the shaft and you plunge it into the thing and then light comes down. That's what opens Duriel's tomb. So yeah, they totally ripped off Indiana Jones with that, by the way. I don't know if anybody made that correlation. I mean, it's pretty obvious to me. Like the first time it happened, I'm like, oh, they ripped off Indiana Jones. Like, that's fine. No big deal. So now we're in the Far Oasis, and we need to find the waypoint before we go into the maggot layer. And the reason why we need to find the waypoint here is because sometimes the maggot layer is totally jacked up. It's the worst place for the Necromancer to do anything. It's the only place that sucks for the Necromancer, really. The second hardest place is shortly after, but the maggot layer is the worst place because of the way that it's laid out for a summoner. And so what we want to make sure that we have the waypoint before we go into the maggot layer, because we might have to reset the map or something, like, you don't know. Or, you know, maybe something happens and we get stuck or whatever. And there it is. Yeah, waypoint. The other really shitty place is I don't know what the fuck that place is called. The Arcane Sanctuary. And again, it's because there's really narrow hallways that go really long, and the minions can't stack up in there for some reason. They're only like, they only go like 2 by 2 barely. It's more like 1.5 abreast. Like there's like one, and like one kind of squeezes in next to it, and then they get stuck a lot, and nobody else can get through or do anything, and it just gets, it's really annoying. And the maggot layer is worse because it's that way, but it's one at a time. And one skeleton is usually not enough to really put a hurting on any of the other, on like any of the bugs by themselves individually. In fact, what we're gonna do before we go into the maggot layer, I think I'm gonna lower the difficulty just for that quest. Because it's such a pain in the ass, it'll make it a lot easier for us to get through it, which again is why I've been running on players 8, right, for most of it, and then I can lower the difficulty back to normal for the really hard parts. Seems like a legit thing to do. All right, so we got the waypoint. Now we need to find the stupid hole. It used to be a lot easier to find because you could find it on the mini map, but the way they render the mini map now is weird, and it actually isn't that easy to find on the mini map anymore. If you just look at the mini map, a lot of times after you play this game for a really long time, you don't even look at what you're doing down here. I'm actually looking at the mini map most of the time, which is up here, because I'm not having to focus on attacking things as my minions are attacking things. So I'm mainly focused on trying to get where I need to go as efficiently as possible. This will take us to the lost city, and we don't need to go there yet. I can tell by the way that it's that hallway is long. I've just played this game so many times I can just tell by the way that entrance is. That's where that goes, which is going to tell us that there's probably a really good chance that the maggot layer is upstairs, which is also kind of annoying. And you couldn't see how you could barely even tell those are stairs if you look at them. Like, you just think that's the side of a hill. But and there's the maggot layer. But the mini map shows it, and now you can see it on the mini map. It's not bad, but it's easy to pass up for some reason until you see it. Doesn't seem like it would be. Oh, here goes nothing. Oh shit. God damn it. Hold on. Let's hope it didn't spawn any monsters yet. Did that not work? Do we not have it on Players 8? Oh shit. I already had it on Players 1. No wonder why I wasn't getting any fucking experience. Oh, man. I thought I had it on Players 8. Alright, well, now we're going to on Players 1, and we'll go through here. It'll be a lot easier. When we come out, we'll put it back on Players 8, and we'll get way more experience. I thought I had it on Players 8. But when I typed it in, it didn't change. And usually if it doesn't change when you type it in, it's because it's already on the thing that you were trying to type in. Huh. Well, I feel stupid. Well, hopefully these guys won't be that bad then. They're still gonna suck. But yeah, the skeletons can take them down. Now, this is where usually what people do is this is where Corpse Explosion helps out a lot. Because you get one corpse of one of these bugs and then you just pop Corpse Explosion and then you have this chain explosion. You just keep popping bugs until they all die. And for normal people, go ahead and take it and do that as much as you can. Because it's probably the right way to play the thing. For me, it's just a personal preference why I'm not taking it yet. It's just because I've done it for so long that it just feels like I'm not doing anything but playing a Corpse Explosion build. Right? And then that makes me feel like, why am I even bothering buffing up all my skeletons if all I'm trying to do is create one corpse and then explode it the whole time? Then it just feels bad. So that's why I generally don't use it. Because then I feel like I'm actually getting something out of... Like, why am I summoning fucking, you know, all these skeletons and shit? Right? Just to make one corpse? Seems kind of fucking like a waste, right? So... But until you get to that point where you're all jaded by it, it's a really good skill and you should take it. It's one of the best skills in the game. I'm going to try to see how long we can get away with not taking it, though. I would feel really good if I could get through the entire game without having to take it. If I can get through hell mode and everything. But that might be a tall ask, because there's some areas in hell that get pretty tough. Specifically the maggot layer in hell mode is insane for these characters. But we'll see. I don't know. But I'll have a teleport staff. I have a teleport staff, so you know, it may not be that bad because I'll just teleport everywhere. I'll tele-stomp everything. It'll just be really expensive. The other things we're going to do skill-wise, probably, although I haven't 100% confirmed it. I don't know why I wouldn't. Most likely we're going to take revives as well. Because they're amazing. See, this is one of those situations right here where you're like, if I had CE, all this would be dead. But yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're going to put 1 point into Decrepify to deal with Bale. We're going to take probably 1 point in each of the golems. I think I have to in order to get to revive. Oh, no, I don't. I just have to take the iron golem to get to revive. And then I'll just put 1 point into fire golem, because why not? Because the fire golem actually, very situationally, works really good if you need to taunt something for whatever reason. Like if you need to pull something. Like if you're trying to kite something toward you or whatever, like, and you can't, but you don't want to get into the shit. The fire golem will, because he has a radius burst of fire that's really weak, but it does some damage. It does area damage, and that triggers the shit out of the monsters, and they'll come chasing after him. So every once in a while, there's a use case for that. So maybe we'll put 1 point in the fire golem, but probably not. I don't know. Maybe just to buff up our regular golem. What does this do? Fire golem does damage per level. Gummy isn't here for damage, so yeah, I don't even know why. Maybe we won't take it. I don't know. We're gonna have extra points anyway, so I'm not sure where we're putting our extra points. Maybe I'll end up taking bone armor, or maybe I'll end up taking like bone prison or something like that, which is kind of fun. Bone prison allows you to cast a little wall of bones that encapsulates a monster. And bone wall allows you to do that and spam it all over everywhere, but you can also spam bone prison as well. But it's not as spammy. But that's fun because then you can lock monsters into place. Like if there's a really particularly annoying fucking champion that maybe has something that keeps killing you, but you want to kill it. Like maybe he's like an MSLE type monster or something. So what you want to do is you want to like separate it from everything. You can use like bone prison or bone wall and just like spam the shit out of it and fill the whole area with these little bones. And then they have to kill them before they can move. And that'll give you enough time sometimes to do whatever the fuck it is you're trying to do. See, this isn't too painful yet with the maggot layer, because we're so much higher level than it. normally in single player or in players one type mode, like on BattleNet or something, you wouldn't be level 21 in the maggot layer. You'd be like level like maybe 17 or 18, and those levels are pretty significant when it comes to how many skeletons you can have and how strong your skeletons are, because once you put a couple more points into that, like every point does a lot more damage. Is there no corpse down here? All right. So that's why this is a lot easier than it normally is right now, because we are doing it on players one, and we got some pretty decent gear. We were able to shop that really cool wand. We have the Saigon shield, so that's giving us an extra +1. See, it's shit like this that make the maggot layer suck. Actually, that's not too bad. But there's like these little windy corners, and then there's little eggs, and things get stuck on the eggs. Right? And they're all like little corridors. It's gonna be this way. Wow, it isn't. What the fuck? That's weird. I know where it is then. It's right below me. That's strange. They did a slight tweak on the on how the maps are rendered in D2R versus the regular version of the game. The what's it called? The procedural generation. Because the maggot layer was always like the farthest north first room was the boss room, and then they changed it in D2R on maggot layer 3. A little bit different now. It's probably right here on the mini map. It's just a little bit of a tweak. But once you play this game, like, you know, like a metric shitload, you just get used to how the maps look. And you can second guess what the map is just based on the surroundings. See, there it is. You can see the little sparkly chest. So we were correct on where that was. It's right here. That's where the boss room is. Plus, there's like patterns that you learn, and you know, like the problem is I don't play the game enough anymore to remember the patterns very well on certain maps, so I end up forgetting a lot. like the catacombs, I always forget what is it, right or left, and then the Countess Tower I always forget. But Mephisto and Bale, like, to get to the main rooms on those, I totally have those, like, always. I did so many thousands and thousands and thousands of Bale and Mephisto runs over the years. I don't even know how many, like, just way too many thousands. Alright. I don't need that. Probably don't need that, but it's probably worth some money. Alright. Hmm. The Staff of Kings. Anyway, yeah, so we have the staff. Then we have to go find the amulet, and the amulet goes on the staff, and it creates, like, the full thing. And use the cube to put it all together. But you had to go get the cube. And that opens the way into Telrash's tomb. Alright. I'm gonna put these on. We'll walk a little faster. Medallia's Fetlock. That's nice. It's got 30% walk run on it. Better than the nothing that I had, so that'll be nice. And then what level are we? Oh, we're level 20. That's right. We forgot to do the thing. All right, let's go back to players 8 then. Oh, it didn't say it. What the fuck? Why is it not? Okay, I guess I have to do it manually now. Weird. Used to just be able to type it in. Anyway, this is why we get the Far Oasis waypoint, because also the Lost City, the next place we need to go is right down here, and we know this because we found this really long passageway right here in the rock, and there it is, the Lost City. Now this is going to go dark really soon, but we need to find the waypoint, and we found it right there. That was a lucky find. Tacos, buddy. And the Lost City goes dark as soon as you enter it. And once you find the Viper amulet, everything goes light again. Do you guys want the taco counter back on the screen or not? I took all the stuff off the screen to declutter it. But now I'm wondering if I should put the taco counter back. Nah, okay. I mean, you guys get it in the chat anyway, so. Well, now that they're not 5 at a time, it's going to take a lot longer for that. Although I'm sure Grammy will be hard at work until we do. Okay. Yeah, I kind of took everything off and redid the layout a while back. Put more game on the screen because I had the game. If you guys remember, it was a little bit smaller to make room for all the other stuff that was bordering it. And I figured, well, let's put more game on the screen and get rid of all the crap that nobody cares about anyway. Because it had all the, like, who the latest contributor to this and that was and everything. And it's like, whatever. I don't want people to feel like they need to compete for subs and shit. Plus, it just looks weird. Nobody does that shit anymore. They used to. Some people still do it, but I don't know. I like it better, like, clean, I think. But I thought I'd ask anyway, because I don't know if you guys were missing it or not. Excuse me. Looks like it's this way. So here's a thing that might be helpful to people. When you're looking at your mini map, right up here, and some people put it over here. If you put V, it'll switch which side your mini map is. And then the other thing that people don't know, or some people may not know, is that if you need to scroll your mini map because you're not sure what's over here, if you've cleared it, you can use your arrow keys on your keyboard to scroll it. See how it scrolls? You can use your arrow keys to scroll your mini map. And then if you want to reset it back to where it was, just hit tab. And then tab will close the mini map, and when it reopens, it'll recenter it. So there's a little bit of a now you know situation. Taco tracker. Arrow key for taco. There you go. So we are looking for, it's usually not this hard to find, the Viper Temple. Which is like a little offshoot from the Lost City. And usually it's not this hard to find, but I think maybe because the waypoint was so close. Like threw me off. It's like right here too. Look, the whole thing's really close. That's funny. Anyway, the Valley of the Snakes, that's what it is. And in the Valley of the Snakes is the Claw Viper Temple, level 1. And in level 2 is where we'll find the Viper Amulet. And when we get it, we'll hit the altar, and that will bring the sun back out. Now, if I were to go to town before we do that, it'll be dark in town. And everybody will be bitching about how dark it is. That might seem familiar to you if you've watched me play Path of Exile. It's one of the things PoE ripped off of Diablo 2. One of the many things PoE ripped off of Diablo 2. As kind of an homage to it, I think. Because in PoE, in Act 2, there's a quest where you go into a temple, the Val Temple, and when you hit this little thingy, it makes it dark. And if you go back to town when it's dark, everybody in town in PoE is all pissed off about it. They're mad at you, thinking you caused it, and you bringing your questing business or whatever you're doing in here is creating the problems in the town, and you need to fix it. And they get all mad about it, which is what also happens kind of in Diablo 2. Now, in the same instance, once you kill the main dude in the temple, the light comes back and everyone's fine. And it's the same in here. Once you hit the temple at level 2, the light comes back and everything's fine. So it's one of the things that PoE ripped off. PoE rips off a lot of stuff from Diablo. And I don't really have a problem with it for some reason. Because it's funny. Because PoE is just a better game in general. For different purposes than Diablo 3, and in some ways better than Diablo 2, depending on what kind. It's a different type of game. If you want a really hardcore technical game, you play PoE. If you want a chill, not so technical game that's like PoE, you play Diablo 2. So, but PoE came out much later, so it is funny when they rip things off. They actually ripped some stuff off from Diablo 3 as well. And they continue to this day, when they put out expansions, every once in a while there'll be like a nod to something from Diablo in the next expansion. Like they always do that. There's like so many like Easter egg things. The last thing that came out, the last league, in fact, even ripped off one of the skills from Diablo 3 directly, which is hilarious. We even talked about it. It was the raining zombies skill from Diablo 3, and it's called Falling Zombies in PoE. So. And they stole like battle hammers, but they called it something else. Shield bash, they stole that. They called it something else. Actually, I think they even call it shield bash. Actually, but it's all good. No, I know that, but this was like some of it. So like Chris Wilson doesn't even like try to hide it. Like he does it on purpose. He even says it in his interviews and stuff. He's like, "Oh yeah, we rip off Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 all the time. We like this stuff." And he's always been a fan of these games. He is like a massive. He still talks about Diablo 2 in his interviews, even in his current interviews. He still talks about what an amazing game it is. Whenever he talks about, even in ExileCon, this last one, he had David Beverick and Chris Schaefer and Matt Schaefer and what's his brother's name? God damn it, the Schaefer brothers and David Beverick, who are the people who created Diablo and Diablo 2. He had them at ExileCon as guest speakers. This latest one, because he's just that much of a huge Diablo nerd. He loves those guys, and he just thinks it's the greatest game ever. And he's always trying to live up to Diablo 2 with Path of Exile, even though he has far surpassed Diablo 2 with Path of Exile. But he still keeps that I know, I think it humbles him or something. It's kind of cool. So yeah, he blatantly rips shit off and like admits it and then enjoys it, and he's like totally fine with it. And everyone else is okay with it too, because first of all, he's in New Zealand. There's really nothing you can do about it anyway. And I don't know, nobody really cares. It's like it's an homage. It's totally fine. It's not original concepts, but some of the original concepts he still takes, and you can tell he just tweaks them a little bit. You know, it's all good. Yeah, it is kind of funny. I remember a really big one was when he did Expedition League. Tujin is, for all intents and purposes, Tujin is Wirt from Diablo 1. Like, it's so fucking obvious, it's just stupid. Tujin has, Wirt had one peg leg, Tujin has two peg legs. Oh, we found an amulet. It's gonna be probably that Curio amulet, right? Because we're so low level. That's the only thing it can be. We found a unique amulet. We'll check it out in a minute. Still, it's kind of cool. Yeah, so Tujin is absolutely Wirt. He has two peg legs instead of one. And he barters with you. And in Diablo 1 you barter with Wirt. And also from Expedition is Gwen, who is identical to Geed in what she does. Geed from Diablo 2 is the gambler guy. And it's the same fucking thing. The concept the same, it looks the same. She is basically Geed. And so that was funny when they introduced them. And there's like they do stuff like that all the time. So it's pretty funny. And I get a kick out of it. And most of the players of Diablo, and the reason why he does it too, is because every single person that's played PoE, not every, I would say 99.9% of the people that's played PoE have played Diablo 2 or Diablo 3, at least, right? Because that's the game that kind of got him into PoE. Because Diablo's like the stepping stone game into the ARPG world. Every once in a while, there's a weird outlier situation. For example, my sister has never played any ARPG except for Path of Exile. And that's just weird. But she's kind of a weird cookie, and I totally that's how she rolls, and that's totally fine. But for the most part, most people that have played PoE have played Diablo 2 or Diablo 3 or both. And many of them, I would say all of the major content creators for PoE at one point also played Diablo 2 or Diablo 3 as content creators. Some of them played Diablo 4 as content creators too, which I thought was a little weird, but that's another story. It's like, ew. But, you know, you gotta follow that fucking money, I guess. Chase some dollars around. There's no accounting for taste, right? Anyway, so we found this unique amulet, Nokazan relic, and this isn't actually the quest item that we're looking for. We're still looking for the Viper amulet. We just have to go get it. I just wanted to put that on because we found it. Because the Viper amulet's actually right here. Oh, we forgot to go to town. I forgot. I mean, we did go to town, but I forgot to point out the darkness, so you can see the comparison to PoE. Let's kill this fucker. Should be Fang Skin or something over here. and we'll go back. I don't know if it gets light when we kill Fangskin or when we do the altar. I think it's when we do the altar. So let's go back real quick. Now see how it's dark in Luke Lane now? It's not because it's nighttime. But she just said there's no trouble the light can't cure. They'll tell you about the tainted sun. And they thought, well, maybe it's an eclipse. And then I thought somebody was pissed off about it. I don't remember. I guess they're not all mad about it. I don't know. I in PoE they're mad about it, but they do. But it's the same thing. The sun. He's gonna tell me we can't enter the palace. It doesn't matter. The point is, in Act 2 in PoE, it also gets dark and it also gets light from the temple, which is the same thing that happens here. And the town people talk about it. I guess they're not mad about it in Diablo 1. In PoE, they're pissed off about it though. They're like mad at you for it. But yeah, they talk about it at least. They mention it. And then we hit the Viper Amulet. And we pop the little altar. Necromancer makes a comment about the darkness. You can see the light. I think the barbarian says, like, I think his line is something like, it's good that the light shines once again, or something like that. I don't know. See? We restored light to the world. And now it's light again. And there's the Herogic Staff, which we need once we find Telrash's tomb to open it. Which again is a ripoff from Indiana Jones. So. But yeah, there's similarities between Diablo 2 and Path of Exile run really deep. There's tons and tons of stuff that you'll find if you play it. You'll be like, oh, that sounds familiar. Oh, okay. Even the cave, the fucking the Den of Evil is in Act 1, and there's a Den of Evil in PoE. It's not called the Den of Evil, but it's the thing off of the Mud Flats. And you go in there, and it's the same deal. It's a bunch of zombies and shit. And a necromancer, like, summoning shit. And in Act 1 in Diablo 2, the Den of Evil has... the main dude is a zombie, and there's a bunch of other zombies. But there's also, like, flayers and shit, and summoners. Like shaman and stuff. But anyway, doesn't matter. But that's just, like, another example. There's, like, tons of them, though. And on some of the early parts, it makes more sense because they never had any idea how well their game would do when they set out to make Path of Exile. Like, it wasn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're like, it was these three guys in a garage who never made any games before their entire life, who weren't even really programmers. They had to teach themselves how to do all this stuff. And they did. And they started working on Path of Exile, and it took them a long time. It took them, like, I think they worked on it for like 6 or 7 years before the beta in 2013, and then they actually launched it, I think, in 2013 officially. Yeah, they did. It was either 2012 or 2013. I think it's 2013. And there was only like 3 acts or something. But yeah, you know, they did what they thought they could do, and they had fun making it, and it popped off really well, and they're like, wow, this is doing better than we thought. And the reason why is because it launched a little bit after Diablo 3. Enough that they were able to get influence from Diablo 3. So I wouldn't say immediately after Diablo 3, but I would say it was like maybe a year or two after. When did Diablo 3 come out? Let me look. See, now I have to look this shit up. It was pretty close. Yeah, Diablo 3 came out in May of 2012, and PoE came out, I think, in 2013. Path of Exile came out in October of 2013, so it was like a year and a half. Anyway. Oops. But Diablo at that time was having a hell of a problem. They lied on the launch about all the things that they were going to do. When they released, it didn't have a lot of the features that they said it was going to when they were selling it. Then they added things that pissed people off, and they took things away that pissed people off, and they did things they didn't know what the fuck they were doing, and it was weird, and they didn't listen to the fucking beta testers, and it was just a big fucking nightmare. The launch took like 3 days before people could actually play it, like consistently, because they didn't have the server space. And they constantly had all these errors and shit that they were fixing, like just because they didn't, again, they didn't test the shit out of it like they should have. They even had an open beta, so they knew how many people were going to play it. At the end, I think it was 2 weeks before launch, they had an open beta where anybody could play. I was in the bigger beta that lasted for months. But yeah, and so when Diablo 3 launched, it had all these problems. Go figure. Like, just like all the other fucking Blizzard games these days. And it was a nightmare. And it was like really low on Metacritic because of the issues and all this stuff. And so PoE was like an alternative because PoE came out like about a year and a half later, and everyone's like, wow. Like, because Diablo was still trying to fix the problems a year and a half later with Diablo 3, and they were doing weird shit that didn't make sense. They finally got rid of the real money auction house, but then like they changed a lot of things. They introduced the Paragon system, but it was the old one, which was way worse. The new one's pretty bad too, but the old one was even worse. And they hadn't quite got the atomization down yet. They had Reaper of Souls wasn't out yet. Like, there was a lot of problems with that fucking game, dude. And they kept like making it worse, trying to fix things, and people were like, fuck, we need something. And PoE was there. And people were like, dude, this PoE game's not bad. It's a lot like Diablo 2, but it's newer. And it's something different. And a lot of people went over and played it, and they're like, dude, this is really good. And Some people never went back. Quinn used to be a Diablo 3 streamer. Kriparian was a Diablo 3 streamer. I'm trying to think of the people that are big D2 streamers. I think Ziggy D was a Diablo 3 streamer. I don't quote me on that, because I didn't watch him back then, but a lot of people were. I'm thinking now. I know I know a ton of the Diablo 3 streamers, but I'm talking about the ones that used to be Diablo 3 streamers that ended up turning into full-time PoE streamers. And those are those people. Trying to think. Oh, there's a lot of people. There's some that I heard of that I didn't know. That played Diablo 3 and then switched over, that I didn't know back then, but Rise was, and well, a lot of people were. It doesn't really matter. But anyway, yeah, there was a lot of streamers who were like Diablo 3 streamers that switched over to PoE. They were like, dude, this game's better, and they never looked back. And then, I think even Ziz was a Diablo 3 streamer for a little while. I'm not sure. I don't remember. I think he said something like that, but I didn't know of Zizarin at that time. Even though he's like considered one of the biggest Path of Exile streamers, although numbers wise, I actually think Quinn is a bigger streamer. But don't tell Zizarin that. He'll get mad. But anyway, I think Quinn is actually a bigger streamer in numbers wise. It's just that his whole stream is like a massive troll, so like nobody really takes him seriously. But yeah, there was a whole ton of Diablo 3 people that went over to Path of Exile, and that helped kick Path of Exile off because they were streamers, and streaming was like brand new. Basically, they were YouTubers. They were making YouTube videos. Maybe not streamers, but they were YouTubers at the time. Things like that. Yeah, it was kind of cool. And then eventually Diablo 3 got their shit together, and when they came out with Reaper of Souls, they fixed a lot of problems, but it still wasn't even remotely close to perfect. And by then PoE had a bunch of fucking shit out and was doing it better anyway. And I was playing Diablo 3 at the time. I was a Diablo 3 player still. I was still playing every season. But I was also still doing a lot of other things. And I kept seeing YouTubers and stuff who were Diablo 3 YouTubers that I watched were talking about, like on their podcasts and stuff, they talk about Path of Exile a lot. And I had played it in 2013, but I didn't really like it in 2013 because it was still pretty rough, and I was still a huge Diablo 2 fan, and I was like, well, Diablo 2 is better than this. Diablo 3 isn't better than this, but Diablo 2 is better than this. And I was playing Diablo 3 because I was making money at it with a real money auction house, and I was playing Diablo 2 when I wanted to just like play. But then, like, you know, they got rid of the auction house and everything, and like I said, they made changes. But the big thing was that I kept seeing a lot of YouTubers talking about Path of Exile, and I kept being like, yeah, but like, what the hell? I didn't think it was all that good, you know. And then they must have changed it, and then I tried it again Um, in Metamorph, and it was really good, and I was like, wow, this is really like it took me a while to get back into PoE. Like obviously Metamorph was like way farther than 2013. And I was like, this is really good. So I played Metamorph, and then I waited, and then I think I had just started streaming after that, but I wasn't streaming Path of Exile. But I was playing Path of Exile a little bit. I had played Metamorph, and I was still playing some of the leagues occasionally. And then, but I was streaming Evil Genius and Civ and Diablo 3 and some other things. And my sister was like, dude, there's this game that's a free game called Path of Exile. And I was like, yeah, I played that. And then she's like, you know, you should, like, I'm interested in it and all this stuff. And I was like, well, maybe I'll stream it one day. And then, like, I did. And then I started streaming that for a long time. Still mixing things up. That's the story of that one. But it did take me a while to get into it. For sure. And understandably so. It's a lot of fun, but it is, your first season is pretty, like, you feel pretty lost the whole time. Because there's just a lot of shit going on. And I can imagine now even more than back then, because there's so many new league mechanics that are there all over the place. And you're just like, what is it? Like, what's with this fucking, what's with this mine thing? What's with this weird, like, heist thingy? What's going on with that? Like, why do I have to stop what I'm doing and do this? Like, because you don't realize that you don't have to do that shit until later. But it kind of tries to get you to do it during the campaign. And like the whole Alva thing and like betrayal and all this stuff, you're like, what is going on with these weird, like, side things that I keep having to do? But then once you play it like a couple of seasons, you're like, okay, I got it. And then it's fine. You kind of get it all figured out. You get builds going, you get your POB, you start working on your own stuff. You know, get comfortable with the game. It's a great game. And even though I'm not as big a fan as a lot of other people are of PoE 2 from what I've seen, I do think PoE 2 is just going to completely kill Diablo 4. Just completely nuke it. And PoE 2 goes into beta in a couple months. In May. No, in June. But I actually don't really like a lot of the PoE 2 stuff that I've seen, the gameplay wise. I understand, like, I mean, maybe there's gonna be some new stuff revealed, so I shouldn't say that I don't like it, but I don't know, because from what I've seen, I don't really like a lot of it. I don't really like the dodge all the time mechanic. Like, you gotta dodge everything. Like, that's stupid. You have to spacebar all the time. Like, I don't want to do all that shit. But I haven't seen any of the minion stuff, and they said they're going to talk about minion stuff pretty soon. So that might change my view of the game. Because I might end up just being like, I'm still playing PoE 1 while everyone else is playing PoE 2. All right, so this is some of the annoying stuff I was talking about with the Arcane Sanctuary. You get stuck and you can't go through, and this guy's stuck. So one of the things that you want to do is, if you don't have a teleport staff yet, and at this level I don't, I have to be 25, you can use a portal, and when you portal back, it's kind of like a telestomp. All of the things will go, all of your minions will group up on you again when you go through the portal. And that way you can regroup them and have them focus on the monster. So when you get stuck, that's one way to get out of it. This map is one of those annoying maps where you have to, it's one of the 4 locations. And you have to check them all until you get it. So it wasn't the first one. Anyway. All right, back to the Arcane Sanctuary, and we're going to go this way. I usually go north because it's mostly north, and then this way is the second most common one. And then I think the third one is south, and then the east one is like the least common, but sometimes it can be any of them. It could just be that's the way I've perceived it, but that's the way I roll. It works out. You can see why this is such an annoying fucking map now. Everybody gets stuck on these little passageways. But once we get through these two, then the rest of the maps are pretty... there's nothing particularly annoying about them with regards to being a summoner. As far as things getting stuck or whatever. See, part of the problem is the skeletons block the mercenary. So the mercenary needs to get in there to do some damage. Because he does more damage than they do. You see? Because they just stack up like weird. Anyway. Let's hope this is the way, because I fucking I hate the Acorn. Arcane Sanctuary. Boo Sanctuary. Come on. Oh my god, dude, I hate this fucking place. See, doing that puts the Merc back out in front. And then he can do things. Fuck. No. This isn't the way either. God damn it. And see, if he stands in the middle, I can't get by him. It's so annoying. Worst map ever. Now again, CE would solve this problem, but we're still trying to avoid using it. Oops. All right. So we're 24. Oh, we can get summon resist now. Technically we can get decrepify too, but I don't need it yet. I don't need this till we get to Bale. So we are going to take summon resist 1 point. And I'm going to go ahead and take one of the prereqs. Just so that when we, because sometimes between like level 25 where I am and Bale, sometimes that goes really fast. And you don't get a lot of levels between there. And well, I'm at level 24, but yeah. And if you don't put the points in when you need to, then when you need the thing, if you don't have the points, well, you gotta like go level up somewhere for a while to get the points you need. So we're just gonna put 1 point here, and then next level we'll put the next one, and then we'll put the rest back into skeletons until we get to 24, and then we'll put. Actually, no, we are at 24, right? Well, we'll just put our extra skills in there as we get them. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Because we have 8 skeletons right now, which is pretty good. Even though it says 7, we haven't summoned the 8th one yet. I think we have 8, right? Yeah, we just had one die, that's why. Okay. So now we gotta go this fucking way. Nice thing about this is you can use these teleporters to tele-stunt. A little bit. And we do have a teleport staff, but we have to be level 25 to use it, so that's why we're not using it yet. It would have been nice if we were level 25 by the time we hit here, though. Because it would be really nice to use that staff right now. Oh wait, we didn't want to do that. Let's go back and get those chests. There might be something in here. Oh look, we got a rune. Alright. Anywho. Is this the area? I think it is. I can't tell. No, it's not. Alright. Not even gonna go through that shit. We're just gonna go directly to the last one. Because we know that's it. Of course it's the last one, right? That's our look. Now we could be killing these things, but I'm trying to run through as fast as we can through this area so we don't have to fucking deal with it. Because this area is just a big ball of suck. Well, we can go get that topaz. Now the trick to the summoner, because we're almost on him, well, okay, the guy we're trying to kill is an evil summoner, and he's the boss of this little map. He's going to be down here. The trick with him is that he casts all these spells and shit, but he's really far away and you can't see him off screen. But and you have to like try to get your mob of people to fight your way through his stairs up to him. And with the summoner, it's really hard because all your skeletons get stuck and grouped up, and so he casts like fireballs and shit and blows them all up. So the trick is to cast your golem on him from afar away, and that should do the trick. And I'll show you guys that in a minute, but I wanted to mention it before I went and did it, so that anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about will see and know what to look for. It's a nice little thing you can do. As soon as we deal with these guys. Ugh. Thank you. Anyway, it's going to be like right down here. So we're going to throw a portal because sometimes you're not paying attention and he hits you with one of them spells and he'll fuck you up. So you get the golem ready. You go in. Oh, come on. You got to just get past this little curve. All right. And then you go like right here. See, and now they're busy dealing with that shit. And you can throw Iron Maiden and shit. And see, because they're fighting that, you can kind of saunter your way up here a little bit. Although it works, it's a lot more effective when you're not on players 8. Because the Gumby would have killed the summoner already. But we are on players 8, and I forgot about that. Anyway. He's dead. But on normal, like, players 1 shit, if you just cast your golem there, he'll just fucking go wipe the guy out. Usually. So, the Canyon of the Magi is what we're looking for. Get the waypoint, go back to town, sell our shit off. Go get our staff. It's actually not bad. Oops. Alright. So now, if you click on the quest, it tells you which tomb is the correct one, because there's a bunch of false tombs and there's one real tomb. And the real tomb has the square symbol on it. It does today. It changes all the time. It changes pretty much every time you do it. So, I don't remember which one is the square one. I used to have these memorized. I think it's over on this side. We'll find out. It's not a big deal. They're marked. We might as well kill some shit while we're here. Pretty good experience, this area. Alright, our merc leveled up. What level is he? 24? Yeah, he's 24. Nice. Oh, looks like we went too far this way. Well, alright, let's check the east side then. Yeah, that's the star. It might be over here, actually. What's the chevron? That's the triangle. That's the circle thingy. Alright, so I was right the first time. I should have listened to myself. There's the square. Are you a square? Yeah, shit. Anyway, this is the right tomb, so now we just have to find the thingy. And then we put the staff in the little holder, and then all the beams of light come together and they open the tomb, and Duriel kicks our ass. Probably want to do Duriel on players fucking 1. Although players 8 would be pretty good for magic find purposes, but I don't really want to die. Kind of a pain in the ass with a summoner, because then you got to resummon all your guys again. And Duriel's a pretty tough fight in Act 2. He's not really that hard, but he's the first like complicated boss. He's not even complicated. I don't know what the word is. He's the first very like high hit point boss that you deal with in the game, I think, and that's why he's tough, because most people aren't really geared yet. You're kind of not ready for it, and it's a contained fight. You can't really run anywhere. You're pretty much stuck inside of his little fucking tomb, and he fucking just like wrecks you, man. So if you're new, or even if you've been playing a long time and you're just not, you don't have the tricks down or anything, you just get fucked up. He still fucks me up once in a while when I'm not paying attention to it, or if I'm doing some goofy shit. He might fuck me up now. I don't know. I think we'll be okay, but we'll see. Like, if you're a barbarian or something, it's not a big deal. You can fuck him up. You're a paladin, you can fuck him up pretty good. But if you're a squishy character, like a sorceress or even the sorceress gets him pretty good because she has static field. And she can mow, like, the sorceress is the best boss killer, because they can mow bosses down almost instantly with static field. But I don't know. I think the Amazons probably be a real pain in the ass to fight Duriel with. I'm thinking about it. Because she's usually using a bow or the stupid javelins. And you probably don't have like her dodge skills up very well at that point. And she's kind of squishy. You probably don't have decoy yet. Well, you probably have decoy. I don't remember what level decoy is. It depends on if you're doing a player's 8 run through or if you're doing like a BattleNet run through. In BattleNet, you're probably only like 18 or 19 when you kill them. So I don't know if you have decoy at that point or not. I know you don't have the Valkyrie yet. She would fuck him up. All kinds of crazy shit going on over here. Yeah, this is where CE would help a lot too. You gotta kill these fuckers. Because they keep raising the fucking... They keep resurrecting the things you kill. Kill them, dude. Greater healing potion. Nice. There we go. Now we're 25. We can go get that staff. We don't need it right now, but we'll get it for Act 3. Kind of rushing through this a little bit because I'm getting tired of it. I'm just trying to find the damn thing. Oh, there's a set item. Arctic Cord, I believe. Being that it's a set light belt, I believe that's what it is. And it is Arctic biting. Alright. Binding. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, so here's the thing. We'll go back to town and clear out our stash and shit, our stuff before we go and kill the fucker. And then we'll change the game back to players 1, because I don't want to die. And I'm squishy. And Duriel will probably kick my ass. Greater mana, greater healing. Holy shit, dude. So Duriel's gonna drop some stuff probably that we want to pick up, so we're gonna clean out our little thingy. Shit. Oh yeah, we're in room for this stuff. That helmet would be really cool if I used Feral Rage, but I don't, so. If I was gonna make a fucking melee druid, but I don't make melee druids, so. Oh well. Poof. Because you could put lore in it, and it would be +4 Feral Rage. Excuse me. Anyway, now that we're cleaned out, let's players 1. And then put myself on walk mode. Make sure Gumby's fresh. And get Iron Maiden ready. And I'm putting myself on walk mode because that makes our minions' defenses also. If you go on walk mode, they go on walk mode. Especially your merc. And if you're in run mode, your defenses don't work with a shit. And if you're in walk mode, they do. And so that's where we put everything in walk mode when we fight Duriel, because their defenses actually work, because it's kind of a tough fight usually. And then we're going to cast Iron Maiden on him, so he dies attacking all these things, and hopefully Gumby will stand the fight. And here we go. Iron Maiden. He's getting jacked up attacking everybody. Gumby is still getting his ass kicked, but he's not dead, and we can summon him pretty fast if we need to. Do we need to? We might not need to resummon Gumby. Oh, no, there he goes. No? No? Maybe? He lives! He lives. We didn't have to resummon Gumby. Well, that's good to know. It's because we have prayer on the merc, so Gumby was healing while he was getting hit. And we got that set longsword, Hussar's fucking something, right? Oh, Klieg's. Yeah. It's actually not a bad little starter set. Klieg's is actually really good starter set. But I think I have like a bunch of that shit on mules somewhere, so we're just gonna sell that shit off. There you go. And that is Tyrael. Tyrael. And that is the first instance of Tyrael that you meet in the entire series. He becomes a pivotal character in the series. We run into him again in Act 4 and also in Act 5 and in Diablo 3 he's like the main, like, it's basically about Tyrael. Like, he's not Diablo or anything, but he's like a really main character in most of Diablo 3. You know, he's fighting against Imperius in heaven or whatever, and I don't know, it's stupid. They get into battles and trying to stop Diablo from entering the heavens and all this weird fucked up shit that they kind of retconned in Diablo 3. But anyway, yeah, Tyrael's a big part of Diablo 3. So I thought I'd show his little thing. Excuse me. So oh yeah, I gotta talk to Jaren and all that. So now to talk to Mashif. I think Mashif, isn't he in like Diablo 4 or something? There's like something weird, like they made him younger. Or maybe it's an Immortal. Or he's in Diablo 4. For some reason. That was like a thing too, wasn't it? Let me see. Mashif Diablo 4. Yeah, how the fuck is Mashif still alive in D4? That was like a big thing. Because they retcon Mashif. Anyway, so I was just looking that up. That's funny. Alright, so we got our telly staff, which is nice. And we lost some skeletons when we did that. Because our wand has +3 and our shield has +1. That's +4 to skeletons, which is actually going to give us 2 skeletons. Which, so when we switch to our wand, we're going to lose 2 every time when we need to teleport. And what we do is we just do weapon swap when we need to teleport to the staff. Now, the staff has charges of teleport for people who don't know what the fuck's going on with this teleport staff. So, it's really important if you play a summoner, a necro summoner, that you get a teleport staff, because it will help you, especially in hell mode, but in certain areas where you get stuck. For example, when we go into Nightmare and we do the maggot layer, we can teleport through some of that shit. Or we get into the stupid fucking Arcane Sanctuary and we get stuck, we can teleport through some of that shit. Because we have a staff that has teleport charges on it. Normally what you would do is in Act 3, when you get to Act 3 normal mode, which is where we are, you will shop Ormus here. And you'll look for a staff with teleport charges on it. And not with the teleport skill, because you can't do that. It's a sorceress only skill. But you can use charges. And our staff has charges. +5 to teleport. So you're gonna look for a staff that has charges, and then you're going to buy that, and then you have it, because anybody can use charges. They can't use the actual skill itself unless they have an item that specifically grants them the skill, like Enigma, the armor that nobody's gonna fucking have unless they grind the shit out of the game for a long time. So, or unless they cheat, use like a hero editor and give it themselves, but at that point, why are you even playing? So yeah, you'll go in and you'll reset the map, you'll go to Ormus, you'll reset the vendor, and you'll keep checking, and eventually you'll find that he has one of his staves at some point, like right here. There's a teleport staff right here. In fact, I should buy this one too. So I can use it on another character when I need it. I can just mule it over. But yeah, so that was actually really easy. Usually it's a lot harder. But yeah, you can buy teleport charges on a staff. And then you can use it 33 times or however many charges you have. And then you have to pay to refresh the thing. In fact, I'm going to swap this one out because this is level 5, and these charges are going to be a lot more expensive than these ones, because these are only level 1. And we'll put this one back so some other character can use it. So that way, and then when you run out of charges, you have to go back to town and fix it, and then you can get charges back on it. But this allows you to have a teleport skill, and that's actually really handy in Act 3 too, because in certain, like in the Flayer dungeon, There's a lot of like, it's a maze, but you can teleport right through the fucking walls, and then it's like really easy. Like there's a lot of things like that make it a lot easier if you have a teleport staff. So you want to shop a teleport staff, and usually like somewhere around like, was it like 18 grand or whatever that was, something like that. So there's another little tip. I kind of need to stretch a little bit. Yeah, give me a sec. I'm not gonna put the screen up. I'm just gonna stretch for a minute. I'm not going anywhere. Alrighty, that feels a little better. Anywho, let's get our Act 3 on. Alrighty. What time is it? Damn, it's still so early. People are still waking up and shit. I guess I started pretty early this morning, but I was up and I just needed to, I was like, let's do it, you know? Fuck it. We're looking for the arachnid layer. Actually, the spider cavern. Sorry. We're looking for that. Perfect. And in here, there will be a chest, and in the chest will be Kaleem's eyeball, I think. What we're doing now is we are eventually going to build a staff, or not a staff, a flail, using components of a guy who was ripped apart and his body parts were stashed in certain areas of the fucking, I don't know, of Karast. There's his eye. And when you put all the body parts next to his flail, it creates his flail. In the cube, it creates the flail, and then you can use the flail to open up the compelling orb, which is what opens the seal to Mephisto's lair and lets you in there. Now, ironically, somehow Diablo got in without having to use that, and I'm still trying to figure out how that's supposed to work. But that was a little oversight in the plot, I think. But anyway, that's what we're doing. So we go through the jungle. Now we need to find the flare jungle, because that was in the spider forest. We need to find the flare jungle in this big mess of jungle. And then in the flare jungle is the flare dungeon, and that's where Kaleem's some other part, I think it's his brain, is in there or something. And then in the Cross Bazaar, there's the sewers, and another body part's in the sewers. And then in the town of Travancore is, once you fight the council, they have the actual flail. You put it all together, smash the compelling orb, open the seal, go down and kill Mephisto. And that's Act 3. And when you kill Mephisto, it opens the portal to hell. Where you meet Jamali, who's also in Act 3. Now, an interesting thing about the Act 3 quest here, where you have to get the different body parts to put the flail together, is in Diablo 2. They also kind of, or Diablo 3, they kind of stole the same idea. For, what's his face? Because you have to find different body parts of that dude, and then you make him whole, and then when he's whole, you kill him, because he tries to betray you, and then that's how you get the soul stone that you can use to trap Diablo's essence. Or whatever. Or no, you need Belial's. That's right. You have to kill Belial. And Asmodon. Something like that. No, it's Asmodon. Is it both? It is both. I don't remember. Diablo 3's fucking story is so stupid, so I don't know. It's all over the place. But I just thought it was interesting because they ripped off part of like Diablo 2 for Diablo 3's bullshit. Actually, they ripped off a lot of Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 and retconned it for Diablo 3. Which is weird. Like, that's how lazy they were. They kind of wanted to be a little bit of a nostalgia thing. And they did a really horrible job. And that's why they brought the Skeleton King back. And they brought the Butcher back. And they fucking butchered the Butcher. They made it into a fucking joke. From Diablo 1. See, in Diablo 1, the first time anybody played that game, you're out there killing skeletons and everything's fine, and it's kind of you're still brand new into the game. You just start, you're like killing skeletons and killing these little monsters, and you're figuring out what's going on, and maybe you find a couple of swords and some things, and maybe a spell or two, and you're having a good old time. But you're like, yeah, it's not too bad. It's a little tough, but we can handle it. And you're going through and you're killing things and everything's fine. And then you just happen to mosey by a door and you open it. And then the moment you open it, you hear, fresh meat. And this big old fucking monster with a massive axe fucking hits you, stun locks you until you die. And you're just like, what the fuck just happened? And it scares the shit out of you. You're like, holy fuck, this game's hard. What just happened? And then you go and then he kills you like 7 or 8 more times. Until you figure out how to kite him in a way to where you can get him trapped on between doors and things so that you can actually kill this motherfucker. And that's the Butcher. And the Butcher is like notorious in the world of Diablo as being this insanely tough, badass, crazy fucking monster. And that line is just like so fucking iconic, it's insane. And it says, "Ha, fresh meat," right? And that's what he says, and that's what makes Diablo 1 so fucking good. There's like a lot of things in Diablo 1 that make it really good, and that is one of them. And like, that is just like an iconic ARPG history thing that is like forever like burned into the brains of everybody. And then the other thing from Diablo 2 that's burned in everyone's brain is the ending, but I'm not going to spoil that right now. Not that it's really a spoiler, but the ending of Diablo 2 fucks with everybody. But the Butcher is also a big part of it. The Butcher being like in Diablo 1 is a big part of the Diablo 1 experience. And it's like, oh, holy shit. It's almost like, what the fuck was that? And it's this crazy, huge, badass, crazy monster. Diablo 3, they brought him back and they thought, oh, that would be cool, except let's do a spin on it. And they made, instead of saying fresh meat, he says, vegetable bad, meat good. And like just really dumb shit. And it's goofy and stupid, and he's not scary. And he's not even really that tough. And it's just like, what the fuck did you do to the Butcher, dude? You killed it, man. And it's sad. And it's still sad. The other thing that Diablo 3 did, as a big fuck you to the Diablo franchise, which I'm convinced that's what it was, is the way they killed Cain. First of all, they killed Cain. You're like, wait, why did you kill Cain? That was fucked up. Fucking Deckard Cain dies in Diablo 3, and he dies in Act 1 of Diablo 3, and he dies pretty fucking early. And he dies to a butterfly. And it's just like, dude, you guys suck. Like, what are you doing in my game? You made the fucking Butcher suck. You brought back the Skeleton King, which, by the way, that was weird. Why would the Skeleton King come back after he was defeated in Diablo 1? He's fucking, it's King Leoric. It's like, it defies the logic of the fucking lore of the game that the Skeleton King is back in Diablo 3 from Diablo 1. It's like, what is that? That doesn't even make sense. But they brought him back because they were trying to like do their retro trip thing. And you know, so you had the Skeleton King and the Butcher. Then they fucking bastardized them. And it was awful. And then Cain dying to something really stupid. And then Diablo, Cain's niece ends up being like this pivotal character in the game, who's just like brand new to Diablo 3. All of a sudden Cain has a niece and you're supposed to care about her, but you don't. And she fucking like, they retcon this whole thing in where Adria the Witch from Diablo 1 gets it on with your character in Diablo 1, which is weird, because what if you played a girl? You played the rogue, that didn't happen, right? Because Cain's niece is the daughter of Adria the Witch from Diablo 1 and your character from Diablo 1. So that's weird. and she has superpowers because when you fucked Adria, you had already shoved Diablo's soulstone into your head to contain it, which is the ending of Diablo 1 that I was talking about that freaks everybody out. And so apparently you, even though you supposedly, like, from there you destroy Tristram and wander the wastes and shit, or, you know, or whatever the fuck you do, I don't remember. You leave and you end up becoming Diablo, and you are the Dark Wanderer in Diablo 2. The guy from Diablo 1 is the Dark Wanderer from Diablo 2. And or it's not necessarily a guy, it's just like until Lord of Destruction. It's just the Dark Wanderer, right? Because you could play a rogue who's the female archer in Diablo 1, and then it wouldn't be that, right? So anyway, Diablo 3, they made up this whole story about how Leah is the offspring of the original player in Diablo 1, and Adria the Witch, and because you had the soul stone in your head, that's why Adria fucked you, because she wanted to actually bring Diablo back, which wouldn't make any sense, because then why did she help you kill Diablo in the first place? I don't know. That seems a little sus, doesn't it? So, but for whatever reason, she wanted her daughter to be the essence of Diablo, so she had sex with you so that Leia would have the blood of Diablo in her or whatever. And then well, your character in Diablo 3 is not that character. Your character is just a Nephilim. And so Leah ends up being Diablo in Diablo 3. So Diablo has tits in Diablo 3 because it's a she for Diablo 3. It's a Leia, which is kind of weird, but whatever. I don't care. But there was a really big stretch to make all that shit happen. Like they retconned a lot of shit for the plot of Diablo 3. And then and yeah, she's a pretty easy fight too, unfortunately. So that whole game is just completely bastardized. That game was the result of New Blizzard versus Blizzard North. That game was the result of Acti Blizzard and Bobby Kotick and Jay Wilson, not Chris Wilson. Jay Wilson, the asshole that destroyed my franchise. Anyway, enough lamenting about that, but yeah, that's the Diablo 3 stuff. And there's all kinds of really stupid, goofy shit in Diablo 3 too, like the fart monster. I don't understand what's up with the big fart monster. There's a lot of fart stuff in there. Like I don't like. Are they trying? I think they were trying to appeal to like a younger audience or something. Because there's like this farty monster, and then there's like farty pants. Like there's a unique item that farts, and then the gas has like an aura around it when you fart, when you wear these pants, and the gas like has a poisonous aura around it that kills things and stuff. It's like really stupid. And then like the monster itself like farts, and like the gas that from the monster's farts can kill you. Like this is like legit a boss in fucking Diablo 3. Like it's like that's like what? And then Belial is like the most annoying monster of all time. He talks to you during like half of Act 2, which is a ripoff of Act 2 and Act 3 from Diablo 2. He talks to you during like half of the thing, and he lies to you when he tells you these things, because his name is Belial, because Belial's a liar. I'm like, really? That's the thing? Yep, he lies to you. Oh. And he talks to you unnecessarily, and it's annoying, and you don't even know why he's telling you these things, because it has nothing to do with the fucking plot or anything in the game. It's just that, you know, and you're like, oh, he lied to me. Who cares? Yeah. And then the other weird fight in that game is Asmodon, who's the end of Act 3. And that fight's like a joke. Like, I don't even understand that fight at all. Like, why that even exists. It's not hard at all. It's like super easy. You just don't stand in the black shit, and then you fucking and you kill him. It's like that. Just don't stand in the black shit. Oh, okay, that was easy. Like the first time you do it, you don't know, and then the black shit covers you, and you die. And you're like, okay, I get it. Don't stand on the black shit. So then you just don't stand on the black shit, and then you kill him. Like that was pretty fucking easy. And then yeah, Diablo's a pushover. And then the worst part is that even though Reaper of Souls was a pretty good expansion pack, the story was awful. And they added the most annoying area in the entire world of Diablo to the game, which is Act 5 of fucking Diablo 3. That whole, any quest that happens in that area sucks balls because the map is annoyingly huge and random and all over the fucking place, and it's like this city thing. You have to like navigate this city, these like alleys and streets of the city trying to find things, and it's just really annoying. And you have to like go in and out of houses and stuff. Oh god, it's horrible. And the act boss for that, for Act 5, Mathiel, is pretty much not rememberable. Like it's almost like nobody gives a fuck, which is sad because like in Diablo 2, which is the expansion, right, or in LOD, the expansion for Diablo 2 is Baal, and Baal is like the most memorable part of Diablo 2, like probably even more than Diablo himself, right? Is like Baal is like this huge, like badass, crazy monster. He has all this thing, and it's a staged fight. And there's all these different fucking things going on, right? You're like, you know, fucking Baal, and so you'd think, well, the expansion to Diablo 3 should be pretty good. Nah, like you don't even like you fight Mathiel once. You might have to fight him as a bounty, um, when you're doing like seasonal adventure mode shit in when you're doing like seasonal play for Diablo 3, but like he's just completely useless. His fight's not really that hard, and it's basically a kind of the same thing as the Diablo fight, which is really stupid because you like enter a different realm, like you kill him halfway and then you enter a different realm and then you kill him like the rest of the way. And the Diablo fight, you kill Diablo halfway, you go into a different realm, then you kill off the Diablo in that realm, and then you come back and then you finish off Diablo. And so the Mathiel fight's the same thing, but it's like in a different place. It's just so stupid. And he's supposed to be this like necromancer guy or something, but he isn't. Like he doesn't do anything. He doesn't summon anybody. Like, well, what the fuck is the point of that? Like, this guy is useless. This is a horrible boss. and it's not even fun, and it's not memorable. He doesn't drop anything that you care about. He does, actually, I think he does drop a scroll that you need for something. For like, oh, for the shoulders. For one build, he drops shoulders, the crafting plans for a shoulder that you need. So you do have to go kill him one time if you're going to play a Necromancer. Otherwise, you don't need it. Yeah, it's just worthless. It's like, ugh. That whole game just sucks. And it got better, but not the story part of it. Like, the only thing that got better was the end game experience. Because nobody plays the game. Like, they have a thing called adventure mode, so as soon as you beat the game one time, you never have to play it again. And then you can just do the end game stuff at level 1, and then level up your character as fast as you can to level 70, and then start doing end game stuff. And you don't have to do any of the questing at all. And it's still bad, but it's better than it was. And the power creep is ridiculously stupid in that game. And that's actually what makes the itemization even worse than it is. Like, the itemization's pretty bad, but it's extremely exaggerated by how much power creep there was. If there wasn't so much power creep in the game, you wouldn't necessarily be in the situation where if you don't play a meta build, you can't do anything. But as Diablo 3 currently stands, if you don't play a meta build, you literally cannot do shit after T6. Like, you are fucked. You it won't work. Like, you just can't. It just doesn't work. You have to do a specific build, and the builds are actually built by the developers, not the players. They make it seem like it's really obvious, but they're like, if you were really not paying attention, you might think that you came up with a build in that game, but you didn't, because there's only like a couple of items that will directly benefit a very specific set, and only those items will work with those set bonuses. And like, if you don't do the exact thing, it doesn't work at all. So basically, there really is no builds that you create as the player. There's just the illusion of it, and if you go off the reservation, it doesn't work. So in that regard, the game's awful, because you're basically, each class has like 4 builds or whatever, and so some have like technically 6, but ones that actually work, there's probably 5 for each class that you can get to about level 90 if you really push. And then each class has at least one that you can get to like 130-ish. And I say that only, well, actually they changed that again though, right? So, because they keep changing these things. So I think the Witch Doctor actually has a build that can hit 150 or close to it, maybe 145. But most of the other builds can't break 100, and for the Witch Doctor, and for a lot of the characters, that's the case. They have 1 or 2 builds that can maybe hit 140 or 150 depending on what the seasonal theme is, and then most of the other ones can hit about like low hundreds or mid 90s of the 6, and then anything outside of those 6 builds won't do anything past like GR 50, maybe 60 if you're really pushing it. So there's really not a lot of build diversity at all, and it's all because of the power creep. It's because the difference between like a TR 150 build and a TR 60 build is like 30 to 40,000% damage. That's not an exaggeration. Like, that's actually what it is. It's absurd. Like, there's stuff that does oh yeah, so in the highest areas of the game with the most shit, the power creep is so high that you can hit, and this is not an exaggeration, you can look this up too, you can hit damage numbers in the quadrillions of damage. Like 13 quadrillion plus damage. It's insane. And the problem with that is you have to. Because the power creep is so high on the monsters and the players. So the monsters' hit points are so high that you have to do that kind of damage to do anything at those levels. And if you're not playing a very specific build that is designed to do that specific amount of damage, you're just not gonna fucking do shit. And that's just the way it is. And it sucks. And a lot of people get really frustrated playing Diablo 3 because of that, because they don't understand that. And then, like, eventually they do. And when they do, they're like, this game sucks because I can't do what I want. It makes you think you can do what you want because the entire time that you're leveling from 1 to 70, you can do whatever you want. But the moment you hit level 70 and then start going into the torment ratings, or the torment levels and the greater rifts and stuff, all that fucking changes. And anything past T6 is like you have to start doing meta builds. It's just so stupid. I don't know. I don't know why they did that. It's just so dumb. And the power, like I said, the power creep is so high that it just makes it impossible to play the game. So what happens is you'll find a combination that people won't talk about that you want to do. You say, oh, well, I haven't seen a build for this, but this looks like really a lot of fun. And then you'll try to make it work and it won't work and you don't understand why. Well, the reason is because there's no items for it. Like, they very specifically have a whole bunch of unique items that don't have modifiers for anything on it, that all they have to do is add a line of fucking text into the fucking thing, and all of a sudden it would work for like the other like 300 skills that don't have any items for it, that are completely useless in the game. That wouldn't be useless if they would just simply make an item for it. And there's a bunch of items that they can use that aren't being used for other stuff. So you basically have to stack like 3 or 4 items for each build that specifically have that skill on it, that specifically do damage to that particular type of item, or for that skill, in order for that shit to work. And a lot of people don't know that, and so they'll just take a skill and they'll try to apply generic damage to it, and it just doesn't work. The only way that kind of works is if you're doing a Legacy of Dreams build, or Legacy of Nightmares, whatever the hell it is. I think it's Legacy of Dreams, the gem one. You can kind of get away with that. Now you'll notice I'm gonna sidetrack real quick from what I'm saying, because I just realized this. I'm actually in the Lower Karast, but I haven't even gotten to the Flare Jungle yet, or the Flare thing yet, because I went past it on accident. But now that I'm here, because I was babbling, I need to find the waypoint, and then I can go back and then go to the Flare Jungle. And that way, when I'm done with the Flare Jungle, I can just take the waypoint back here. And I don't have to, like, walk all the way back up here again. Anyway, let's get back to what I was saying. So, we were talking about... Oh, so there's builds, right? There's skills where you think, oh yeah, Legacy of Dreams. Okay, so Legacy of Dreams is a gem that allows you to use, you get damage modifiers based off of the items that you're wearing. If they are an ancient item or a unique item, a unique ancient item. And so you stack up these generic items and you can kind of make builds that way, but it still doesn't work that great, and it doesn't work with most builds. You still need to use a very specific gear for very specific things in order to make it work. And you can't just make one that doesn't have like some sort of weapon or whatever. They're like, even with the Legacy of Dreams builds, you still have to have an item that's very specifically does damage to that specific spell type, or it's still not going to work. Because that's like the extra boost that you need to make these things work. It's really sad. So basically, yeah, Diablo 3, it just sucks for that reason. It's an interesting game. It's not horrible. It by itself, outside of it being a Diablo game, like for itself as its own game, completely isolated from everything else, it's not horrible. It's pretty fun for a little while, and then you get frustrated with it. And again, the frustration stems from you finding skills that you like while you're leveling, and then not being able to actually use those skills at all at the end game because there's nothing that supports them. So you're like, well, why do these skills exist? Well, I don't know. Filler. And it sucks because they're really cool skills. Like, some of the best skills in the game are these amazing Witch Doctor skills that you literally just can't use because there's nothing that supports them. But they look awesome. Like Wall of Zombies, and like the zombie, like the zombie rain one I was talking about that PoE stole. PoE actually stole the skill from Diablo 3 that didn't work and made it work in PoE. It works pretty good, actually. It's just stupid, right? It's like, because they actually somebody posted a build to make that thing work really well. It was on one of the builds of the week. It's just so stupid. It's like, well, wait a minute. Like, that doesn't even work. Like, why is that there? And there's some really cool, like, spells especially for the Witch Doctor. That has all kinds of crazy. There's like raining frogs and like bugs. There's this big old thing with bugs that's really cool. And all kinds of different animals. Fire bats used to work. It doesn't work anymore. That was a fun one. Which was actually stolen from, the whole idea of that was a nod to StarCraft. But anyway, and that didn't even work anymore. But yeah, there's so it's a fun game until you do that. So if you find it on sale one of these days for like, $5 or something, which will probably never happen, it's probably worth picking up just to play it through if you've never played it, because it is fun until you get to the end game and then you try to do end game stuff. But that usually doesn't take you're gonna get your monies out of it before you do that. So, you'll feel okay. It's just that you'll be disappointed ultimately at the end, because you'll be like, dude, this sucks, because this has a lot of potential to do some really cool shit. Why can't I do this stuff? Well, that's exactly right. The game had a lot of potential, and it could have been really good. But Blizzard's fucking lazy. That is literally why. They're just fucking lazy. They're the laziest fucking game developers I've ever seen. The entire time with Diablo 3, they were coming out with new seasons. They would spend maybe a week with 2 devs in maintenance mode coming up with the ideas for the different seasons and doing minor tweaks for things. They would literally spend almost no time on that game. And seasons lasted 3 or 4 months. And when you compare the Diablo 3 seasons to the Path of Exile seasons, it's absolutely insane. Path of Exile is practically making like half a new game every season, right? There was like, like the pages of patch notes, there's like 300 fucking entries for patch notes. You know what I'm saying? They're like fixing, like they're building entire concepts, adding new NPCs, doing like full-on new game modes you've never seen before, adding all these new unique items and all these new things and currencies and God knows what, right? Every 3 months. And then you go to the fucking billion-dollar company, and what do they do? Literally nothing. Their patch notes fit on one web page that doesn't barely need to be scrolled, maybe 25 entries at most. Right? They may have a cool concept once in a while. They definitely don't have any new NPCs. They're not doing any assets. They're not, the assets that they're adding are minimal. They're recycling items in order to change the stats on them and maybe changing the color of the item so it looks different, but it's the same as like other shit. It's so lazy, man. They're just so fucking lazy. And they're doing it right now with Diablo 4. You can already tell they make more of a deal. They spend more time selling the next update and trying to convince everybody that whatever's in the next update of that game is going to be so much better than the last one. They spend more time lying to you about that than actually working on the fucking update. It's so stupid. It's such a dumb thing. It's like, why don't you guys just not be so fucking lazy? Like, really, just if you want a live service game, then just commit to being a live service game. And if you don't want to do it, and clearly they don't, then don't do it. Just put out a game and be like, this is a game. There's no end game. It's just a game that you can play and then be done with. That's fine. There's plenty of games like that. There's no reason why Diablo 4 has to be a live service game that has these seasons that do different things. Because all you're doing is, it's just a waste of time. And the only reason they're doing that is because of the cash shop. I guarantee you, if it wasn't for the cash shop, they wouldn't be live service on that game. They're only doing it because they want you to come in every season and buy more shit. It's not a big secret. It's not a big shocker. Like, that's probably makes sense. That's what games do, right? Okay. Well, I just can't believe we didn't go down into the Flayer thing. How did I miss it? Oh, we got fucked on the map. That's what it is. That's why I can't find the Flayer thing. Oh, that sucks. Anyway, we'll find it eventually. Yeah, so, D4 fucking... Jesus Christ. They're so lazy. And again, it's like, I don't understand why why they're billing it as a live service game, except for that they're trying to sell the MTX. But like, they don't seem to want to put in the effort it takes to actually make that shit work. They're like, well, we're gonna charge as much as we can for as little as work as possible, and then we're gonna spend a shit ton of time marketing it. That's what I don't understand. Why do they spend so much money marketing the fucking updates and the games and going on all these people, all these streamers and talking to them? But the actual development time is literally nothing. I don't think they know how to make games anymore is the problem. They don't. Like when they made Diablo 4, most of the people on the Diablo 4 team had never made games in their life. Now, why do you think that is? And they were proud of that for some reason. Like I don't know why. Like the head dev like made a big deal out of it when they launched Diablo 4. That was a big deal. That they had 9,000 people work on Diablo 4, and most of them had never made a game in their life. And he was really proud of that. And I'm like, why would you be proud of that? That just means that you don't give a fuck about your players and you're bringing inexperienced people in. And I think the reason why, I was thinking about it the other day, I was like, why would they do that? I think I figured it out. The reason you do that is because when you make really dumb fucking decisions that are not in the interest of the player, if the person working on the game has never made a video game in their life, they're probably not going to question that decision because they don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Because they've never made video games before. So when you're like, hey, we're going to do this thing with the cash shop, if they're not gamers, they probably don't know. They're probably like, oh yeah, whatever. That's how games are, right? I guess. Cool, no problem. Like they're not gonna question all these really shady and shitty fucking practices that they're getting people to develop into the game because they've never made a game before. So I think that's why. I was trying to figure it out because I was like, why would they brag about that? I forgot to get the ring from Oramus. Let's go do that. Sorry. But I was trying to figure it out. I was like, why would they brag about that? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And now it makes sense because when you think about it, you're like, oh, I see what they're doing. I had to use my noodle. So. Anyway, we're about to go into the flared dungeon like I had talked about. Yeah, I just don't understand Blizzard. That's all. I wish they would just like, now that Microsoft owns them, that's what makes even less sense. Microsoft bought them, but clearly they didn't buy them because they gave a shit. They bought them because they were making money. Like they probably wanted to buy Call of Duty. You know what I'm saying? That's probably why they bought them. Because they wanted to have Call of Duty on fucking, Game Pass. And Blizzard and Activision are the same company, and that's probably why. Plus pay, a newbie isn't going to get paid the same. Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's correct. The unexperienced, interns and shit or whatever that you hired aren't getting paid at all. Like what an actual fucking game developer is getting paid. This is like entry level. There might be like, because they were in California, there might be like legal limitations to what they had to pay or whatever, but it's going to be whatever the very bottom is for that. Because you can call them entry level. There you go. Which is a far cry from like 140,000 a year. $16. Oh. Well, whatever. Still. It's not a lot of money for Irvine, California. Yeah, totally. But anyway, yeah, I had thought, well, maybe Microsoft buying him would change some stuff, and maybe it will at some point. But I don't really know that. I haven't seen Microsoft do a lot with the companies that they bought recently that I was happy that they bought. Right when they bought Bethesda, I thought, oh, okay, cool, they'll fix Bethesda, but they didn't. Bethesda still sucks. And then the craziest thing that I thought was they bought Microsoft bought Obsidian and Bethesda. And everybody was under the impression that because they bought Obsidian, that Obsidian would take over Fallout. Because Obsidian is made up of people who used to work at Black Isle at Interplay and created Fallout. Like that's who Obsidian is. Obsidian did they worked on Fallout New Vegas for Bethesda. And Fallout New Vegas is considered one of the best 3D era Fallout games because Bethesda did it, or because Obsidian did it, not Bethesda. But yet Bethesda's still putting out Fallout games, and they're shitty, and they keep fucking them up, and everyone's like, well, maybe Microsoft buying, Bethesda and Obsidian, they'll give Fallout back to Bethesda. Nope, or back to Obsidian. And they should have, because Obsidian's like much better at writing RPGs, and Bethesda's just a shitty company. So, but it's how it is. Are you out of here, buddy? All right, peace out, Grammy. I got about a half an hour left, so we'll probably be able to get to Diablo. Did I got the yeah, I got the brain. Okay. Or yeah, maybe not Diablo, but we'll probably kill Mephisto, most assuredly. We just have to go to the sewers and then go down and into the Durance. So tacos. But anyway, yeah. So when Microsoft bought them, we thought, oh, cool, Microsoft's going to save Fallout, and they didn't. And then they're like, okay, and now Microsoft bought Activision and Blizzard, and we thought, oh, cool, Microsoft's going to save Blizzard. Well, they got rid of Bobby Kotick at least, but I really think that the reason they really wanted to buy Blizzard Activision was not because of Blizzard, but because of Activision, and because they had Call of Duty and they wanted to put Call of Duty on Game Pass. That's it. Because Call of Duty is like one of the most popular games, like, as a franchise for console players anyway. It's like a massive console game. And so they probably wanted to just stop like giving Activision a cut or whatever. I don't know. Whatever reason. I think that's part of it. And then Activision also owns some Sony IPs, which I thought was funny. Because Activision owns Crash Bandicoot, which was Sony's original iconic fucking thing. That was their like Mario or their Sonic, right? But Activision owns the rights to that now, and now Microsoft, PlayStation, Sony's biggest competitor, now owns the rights to Sony's iconic fucking character, which is also pretty fucked up. And a little bit funny. Now, the thing about the Diablo 4 is, and this is maybe why Microsoft doesn't give a shit, they made a lot of fucking money. You know, they spent so much money hyping that fucking game up. They sold a lot of fucking copies. Unfortunately, it's a piece of shit and everybody hates it now. But they don't care about that, right? Because they sold the copies. That's all that matters. Like, we don't care that nobody plays the game anymore. Apparently. Which is stupid. They considered it a massive success. Even though it's like one of the biggest memes in gaming right now, D4 bad. I mean, I even have it in my little fucking hashtag on this thing just to be goofy. Like, as a tag. It's the way of the world, though. Nothing makes sense anymore. I have to give the tome back. I forgot about that. Will you kill this fucking thing? God damn it. The problem is, there's too many of these fucking summoners, and they're summoning each other. They're like resin each other's shit. Get away from that crap. I'm trying to find the thingy. There's a trap door in here that leads to the fucking to the chest that has Kaleem's heart in it. And it's not that way. So it's gotta be this way. We're just gonna teleport around. We're gonna burn the charges on that staff. God damn, this thing's huge. This map is extra annoying. But it's not hard to navigate, it's just annoying because it's so big and you gotta find the thing. It's not like, you know, the Flare jungle where you get stuck. This one's just big. There it is. Once you see that bat, you know you're in the right place. And there's the trapdoor. And then Kaleem's heart is in there. Kaleem's heart. And we gotta give book. Did I ever do the... I forgot to do the little fucking statue, didn't I? And then I gotta give the statue to this little fuck Alcor. And he turns it into a potion. Alright. Which gives me some stats. And then I get some more stats. Let's put 75. Skills. Crepify. Good. So now, when I need it, we have to crepify. So we have amp damage, Iron Maiden, and Decrepify. Iron Maiden's good against like Diablo and shit. And Decrepify is gonna lock Bale down to where he can't do anything. It's gonna just completely fuck him. Talk to Ashira. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. She'll let me hire Iron Wolves, but we don't need them. Act 3 mercenaries are mages, basically. Alright, so now we need to go to Travancore, kill the council, and then we get the staff, or we get the flail, sorry. And then the flail. Oh shit. And the flail, we mix with the body parts, and then we can open the thingy, and then we can go kill Mephisto. And I think we have just enough time to kind of do that. Yeah, we got enough time to do that. We should. We can go a little over. It's not a big deal. All right. Cross Bazaar. So now we need to go to the upper crust. Upper crust. Hmm? We're back on players 8, right? No. Why did I fucking forget to bring it back? No wonder, dude. I'm like, why aren't we getting levels? Shit, dude. We missed out on a lot of levels. Oh, man. I forgot to change it back to 8. Was there like a confirm button that I forgot to hit or something? No? Alright. I wonder why I forgot to do that. Now, we should... It's bad timing because we wanted to do that before, and now we get into Crossed, we probably don't want to do it because the little dudes that have the Hydra will probably burn the shit out of us. Up here. We probably want to turn it back down. We can't win. Although I wouldn't mind killing Mephisto at 8. That might be a tall order, but that would be fun. To get some first kill players 8 going on. Maybe it'll drop me something fun. Alright, let's see if we can do these fuckers on 8. We probably can't. Oh, we'll see. I guess we gotta kill these guys first. I'm not really worried about me. It's like more like my merc dying. See, had I left the fucking levels at 8, he might have been 29 by now, and he could use insight. And we'd be way better off. And then he'd be jacking all kinds of shit up. Separate the guy. There's Clean's flail. Now I have to kill the rest of the council. I guess we're killing them on 8. That's pretty good. Not bad. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. That's right. Boo. Anyway, so then we're gonna come over here. That's the orb we have to smash, but we have to smash it with the flail, and we have to make the flail. So we take the flail, we put it in the cube with the heart and the eye and the brain, and we go boop, and then we get Kaleem's will, and then we use that to smash the compelling orb, and then we can go down and kill Mephisto. All right. And that's that. Compelling orb smashed. Endurance of Hate is open. We need to find the level 2 waypoint before we do anything else, because it will be used if we decide to farm Mephisto for a couple of fucking turns. He's a good spot to farm stuff in general. Although in normal mode, not so much, but he's still a really easy way to get, like, if you want to low level something. Alright, so now we have to find the waypoint. And once we find the waypoint, the way to the way to Mephisto's lair is always pretty easy to find. Once you're on the waypoint. We're gonna have to put some more points into our fucking skeletons pretty soon. They're starting to die a lot. Alright, so there's the waypoint. We have to snag it. Huge waypoint. So from the waypoint, not always, but most of the time, From the waypoint, if you go to your character's left and go to the extreme ends, you'll generally find the entrance to the thing. But not always. But like most of the time. Sometimes it's in a weird spot because the map curves around. It might be like somewhere toward the middle occasionally. But most of the time it'll be on an extreme end when you keep going to the left. But sometimes you go so far left that you end up going right. Because it's... the way it is. But once you like make new maps... Now again, single player, I guess it doesn't matter because once you have a map, you have it until you change difficulty levels. But on like on BattleNet and shit, there it is. It's usually like it'll change every game. So then you kind of need to know these things. I need to get some keys because there's going to be lots of chests that have keys doing this stuff. Unfortunately, this guy sells the keys way the fuck down here. We'll buy a couple of keys. I thought I could mass buy keys. Fuck. What? Isn't it shift? No. Is it shift right? It's shift right click. Okay. Jesus Christ. Losing my mind. Alright. I knew that. So now, Durance of Hate level 3. This is where all the marbles are. Hopefully these guys won't be too bad. Doing it players 8 might be a little much. But we're gonna find out real quick. With these fuckers. Where are they at? Oh, there they are. With these fuckers. They're like more council members, basically. I could definitely use leveling up once before facing Mephisto, but he's right around the corner. We might just get enough experience from killing these guys. Can't believe there's no more corpses out here. I don't know, I'm a little worried Mephisto's gonna fuck us up. So I could use the decrepify trick on him, or I could do the Iron Maiden trick. I think we're gonna try the Iron Maiden trick. I think that works a little better normal mode. And you basically just cast Iron... Oh, shit. Wrong one. Cast Iron Maiden on Mephisto. Try to keep your Merc alive. She's gonna fucking die again because we're players 8. Great. And then just keep casting Gumby. And eventually Mephisto will kill himself attacking Gumby. Oh, wait, he did live. How the fuck did that happen? Oh, now he's dead. Wow. That was a bad idea. I guess players 8 was just too much for fucking Gumby to handle. We're gonna probably have to do the Decrepify trick. But we can't do it without other guys. So let's go get some corpses and come back. Unfortunately. Alright, let's go res my merc and get some corpses. Let's go to Act 1. It's the easiest place. We get Wahid. We go get some corpses real quick. And this time we're going to do the Decrepify trick. And what the Decrepify trick is it slows Mephisto down so much that he can't do anything. But then you have to rely on the skeletons and Wahid to beat him up. We need some more corpses. We need 2 more. Alright, let's go back. We'll get some potions. We're going to leave a lot of those. Oh shit. What levels, dude? 26. God damn it. If he was 27, we could give him insight. And then fucking he'd kick ass. But he's not. Alright, so we're gonna do the Decrepify trick. What the Decrepify trick is we're gonna cast Gumby on him and cast Decrepify. When Gumby hits him, he's gonna slow him down a lot, and Decrepify will also slow him down, and the combination of the two will slow Mephisto down to a fucking crawl. It also works with Diablo and Bale, but with Diablo it's quicker to use the with Diablo it's quicker to use the Iron Maiden thing. Alright, so boom and Decrepify. And now see how slow he is? We just have to keep him decrepified. He will throw a hit on Gumby occasionally, like he's doing now. The poisons will kind of jack him up. But you just cast another Gumby and then cast it more Decrepify. See, we're getting them. It's just taking a while. What's really fucking us up is this other Bloodlord over here. But we can't do anything about that right now. And there he is. Mephisto down. Gotta be a couple more skeletons around here. These are actually what I'm wearing. That's funny. All right. We're gonna search around because there's more stuff, and then we'll go through the portal and go to Act 4. And wow, look at the time. That was perfect. Technically, we can kill this guy, but we're done. Oh shit, I don't have enough guys left. Hold on. I forgot I don't have any skeletons. We'll just go to Act 4. Alright. The Pandemonium Fortress. And these are the outer gates to hell. And there's Tyrael again. Alright, well. That's going to do it for today. So next time we pick this up, we will be, we'll kill Diablo and Bale. Probably. And that's going to do it. So thanks everybody for hanging out. Watch me play some video games. Here's Discord link if anybody needs it. If you like what you see, give me a follow. If you want to support the channel, please sub. If you're on YouTube, click the things. And I will see you next time, probably tomorrow, but I'm not 100% on that. Again, if we play tomorrow, we might not necessarily be playing D2R, but we will get back to this and finish this off at some point. I'm just not sure what's going on tomorrow yet. We might be playing this. We might be playing some more Blood Bowl. There might be a PoE thing. I think there might be an announcement tomorrow that I might want to cover. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe that's next week. I don't remember. So I have to look some shit up. But at some point, I think we're streaming tomorrow. I just don't know what it's going to be. So that's it. Peace out. Yep, there we go. We'll keep you guessing. And I hope everybody has a great rest of your day. Have some tacos. Get plenty of sleep, and I will see you next time.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.